Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the OpenRCT2 movie, in particular the second season movie. This is part 3 of the movie, and if you watch the first two parts, you already know the score. But if you don't, part 3 has episodes 21 through 30. And if you haven't watched the first two parts, I highly advise that you do so. By ear. Looking them up on the movie link videos playlist list, or in the little information cards on the top right of your screen. In either case, as I mentioned, part 3 will have episodes 21 through 30. So I hope you all enjoy. I'm expecting part 4 to come out probably after Thanksgiving, the American Thanksgiving, since Canadian Thanksgiving is already done over with. In any case, my rambling aside to try to fix the confusion, I hope you all enjoyed part 3, and I will see you all done. So, enjoy! Ciao! Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT Tycoon 2. The last time we had a bit of a snafu with a viewer-sent scenario, but this time we return to the official scenarios. That was with Aqua Park. Before we start today's video, I do want to clarify one last time. The long-form videos like these are not going anywhere. The shorts that I uploaded earlier today were mostly an experiment of sorts. But don't worry, these long-form videos will continue. I'm not going to turn into some kind of cringy YouTube shorts person. Okay? Okay. Anyways, today's goal: get 900 guests in the park by the end of year 3, which means we have finally stopped with the park value objectives for now. And as you see, this park, as the description says, has a lot of good water rides. It just needs expansion. But one thing I can tell you right now that we have to do once we start things up: fix the path network. And speaking of getting started, we have 2 different types of transport rides, a few different rental rides, roller coasters, 4 types of them, 1 thrill ride, unsurprisingly a lot of water rides, and very few stalls to work with. So anyways, let us begin, shall we? First thing we're definitely gonna do is just mainly focus on shops, because we need that information kiosk pronto. I do not understand this enough. Let's see. Take care of at least most of our current guest needs right now. As I promised we're gonna fix these paths real quick by just doing that. Especially when I like the guests to just wander about, it does make the guests get lost very, very, very easily. So I hate to do this to the park, but I need to prioritize making sure that the guests actually stay in the park without being all lost. And of course it starts raining right off the bat. Because why would it not start raining right off the bat? Hopefully that's the information kiosk because these guests are gonna get wet. And not in a very consensual way at that. Oh, I see what the game's done there. They did underground tunnel sorts. And the past system isn't exactly various, but so something you can work with to some kind of degree, I guess. I just need to break from all the water rides and stuff. There we go. First down water line. What do you mean that's too high for sports? Is it really because of that mountain in the way? Are you serious right now? I don't normally like spending a whole ton of money on landscaping, but I feel like I don't have a choice here. If not with me handling it, I'm very well aware of that. Do you know what that actually works? As mentioned, our main objective here is to get 900 guests, so increasing soft guest count up to or close to 900 will definitely be the key. This is just a guest goal objective, that makes our job a lot easier than you may think. Not a place for a merry-go-round, I'm sure, but I'm just trying to do the best I can with what I got. Not much to say beyond that, really. Duplicate stalls may seem kind of outlandish, but you gotta do what you gotta do to get guests in the park, especially since we're waiting on. Okay, we are in business. Information chaos is literally the first shot that gets researched, which makes our job a whole lot easier. A whole lot easier. Allow the research to do whatever the hell it wants. I suppose the second information kiosk is a little closer to the back of the park, so that way, no matter what, they have information. We'll just be able for them to actually buy the maps and umbrellas and stuff. Not really what I had in mind, but how to do. That's better. That's gonna be a problem. Not really. Or rather, it's not as much of a problem as I thought. Okay, off you pump. Going grass is quite literally useless there, Bernard. I don't know what you're doing. 9 rides and there's only one mechanic. That is... I'm sorry, that's just not right. There we go, that should fix our problem. That's what's helpful with our path system. At least in theory. We have over 450 guests already, so we're already halfway to the goal. Ah, balls. This probably is like the stupidest way I've ever had to do a path system ever, but I unfortunately don't have much in the way of choice. this cap up to 700, so we've done most of the job just by building rides. It'll just be a case of actually attracting the guests. That'll be the interesting part. If you can call it interesting. Oh, the looping. Solid choice. Only 22 guests. First of all, why so specific? And second of all, is that ride really that shit? Now some people in the comment section will be like, yes, the ride really is that shit. And I'm just gonna be like, oh god damn, that's just terrible. Meanwhile, the loopy has gotten done. This is probably the first time I've ever did like a honest to goodness friggin' boardwalk coaster, but there you go. Really? We're doing this shit again? I hate the Batman in this game so much. The only good news is the soft gas count isn't over 800, so we're almost there. Just on merit alone. At least we're doing a fairly decent job of turning a decent profit. There's that. We're already charging nothing for the cards, so I'm not entirely sure what that would probably be very useless marketing campaign. But what do I know? That's not even remotely close. That's also not remotely close. Not ideal, but I'll have to do. soft guest snap has exceeded our target. Now it's just case getting the guest into the park. Good. That actually works out better than I anticipated. Now, all it costs was just a teeny tiny little bit of landscape. The original Crazy Caterpillar had two trains, but it's just good with one. I guess part of it might have been in throughput, but honestly, I'm not really a min-maxer per se. Ferris wheel? Okay. I like how we have like fairground ride up to the freaking roller coaster. Only in roller coaster tycoon club. Over 1,000, so they're definitely in money. Now, one thing that really solidifies this: marketing. Wait, just let the guests come on in. Flooding guess just keep on flooding in. So this part will definitely be taking out the rock. So that is Aqua Park. A park that's not too bad in terms of difficulty, and it's definitely much needed after the events of the past few parks where it was just nothing but park value, more park value. So this was a nice little break to chop things up a little bit. So that will do it for today's episode of OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. And the next few parks are going to be similar to this, guest goals. So we're definitely getting a much needed break from any of our archaic objectives. In any case, if you like this video, hit the like button down below, subscribe if you're new here, and more videos will be coming out throughout April, so make sure to stay tuned for more videos like this. In any case, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao! Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT Tycoon 2. In the last one, we went to Aqua Park as the start of the train of guest goal parks, and today's park is no different as we arrive at Millennium Mines. A large abandoned mine that only has one ride, a big, large, sweeping miniature railroad. And it's our job to turn this mine into a proper theme park. Unlike in Aqua Park where we need to get 900 guests in the park, this time we only have to get 800. So 100 less. As you may have guessed, there's only one transport ride type, which is the railroad I mentioned. Same gentle rides as the last park, 3 types of roller coasters with 2 of them returning, the same thrill rides before, the same water rides as before, and somehow even fewer stalls than before. Ouch. In any case, let us begin once again. First things first, we're gonna get a couple of those 2 stalls up and running, so that way we have at least something to work with. Then we just hire 1 of each. First objective is to secure the part going around and around in circles. In terms of the path network. Like such. That way we can use the train as a proper centerpiece. And make sure that guests don't get super duper lost. That too. I'm sure I'll adjust this again once we unlock the most important one of the lot. The most important stall. All of that being the kiosk, but for now this will do. Now let's actually start building some stuff. Leave to me to find a way to have it be one tile off. That's better. Now we have a proper ride on our hands. And the gas cap goes up and up. And by the way, I neglected to point this out, but it's also an ear-free objective, so we definitely have, so time is definitely on our side. Merry-go-round and a blue twist. Something about that just seems a little odd to me. I'm not going to judge. It does give our guest cap up to 200, so I'm not going to. Okay, drinks are important, but we do need that kiosk. Now we have some. Now we're getting to start to look a little bit more proper. Really, we're going from heavy rain to light rain? What is this? What is this, a joke? Having drinks is definitely important. That was more annoying than had a red bean. better. Even if we don't have the... Even if we don't have it quite yet, this works out nicely. I'm the one who built it. Uh-oh. Sorry about that, Bernard. There we go. At least now the path makes a little more sense. Oh, come on. Can we please stop with the rain? Okay, let's get over it. Looks like you use these signs more appropriately now. It does seem kind of weird that I'm building such a compact part, but I just saw the plan and I just stick to it. There's the kiosk. And just in time too, because there's going to be more rain on the way. It's just great. I'm sorry if I'm prioritizing the information chaos so much, but this one building is so goddamn invaluable. It would be a disservice to diss it. That would explain why I would make basically like no income. Yeah, we really need to get more gas in the car. Pronto. Well, that's just great. Are you going to get the 800 get this via marketing, or we just have to hope and pray that we get money? If we are getting money on a much better clip now. Better to pay off part of the loan in order to make sure that we actually can become more sustainable, but it is what it is, unfortunately. Oh, the looping coaster's coming back around. Excellent. Also, we are making a whole lot of money now. I mean, a whole lot of money. Exactly what I was hoping. I also apologize if my choices are rare repetitive in a sense, but you know what the old saying goes, how the old saying goes. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So at least help the soft S-cap out, so no real complaints from me. If we had the money for the panic miner, would be a perfect ride to have in the park, because it's a mine after all. But I don't think we're gonna be able to afford it anytime soon. Then you know, we complete the scenario before we get a chance to afford it. So. At least now we managed to become cash positive. I hope to expand this part beyond this compact layout, but unfortunately, it's not able to. At least the good news is at least we're paying off our loan. In fact, we can get it back up to 15,000 in order to be able to have a chance of recording this. Okay, how come making the path to this roller coaster was so much easier than before, than the last time I tried to build it? Maybe it's because I actually had something going with I don't know. or at least it's all set up now. I could just did it like that. Are you serious? Uh-oh. Sorry. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because we're about to complete the park anyway, but that's not what I wanted to really do. Maybe you're gonna need to, There's one more thing I want to do before we end the video, and that's trying to connect the paths together, at least somewhat. Something like that, I guess. Not the best layout for but unfortunately we just ignore the time, because that concludes our time here at the Lillian Mines. And I think for the most part I just made this park harder on myself than it had to be, because this is a very, very, very simple scenario, as you could tell, but I just made it harder on myself for no real reason, so I do apologize for that, but what can I say? Things happen. In any case, it is a little easier than Aqua Park as long as you know what you're doing, and for the most part, I didn't, so that was my own damn fault. Oh. In any case, that concludes today's episode. If you like this video, hit the like button down below, subscribe if you're new, and thank you all for watching. And as we continue to trip our way through these Castle old parks. And hopefully we'll get to see some Marvel action soon, but I won't make any promises on that front. In any case, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video, where hopefully it's going to be a little drier than this. In any case, ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. The last time we visited the mines and got things a little dusty and compact, let's just say. But today we have things a lot more wide open here at Carts and Coasters, a very large park. As you can tell by just the fact that there's many different carts and coasters, as the name implies. And it's our job to take this large park and somehow expand it even further, with the objective being 1,000 guests at the end of the year free. And as you can tell by the title of by the thumbnail of the video, yeah, this path is pretty spaghetti-like, so I do have many concerns. But in any case, we have one transport ride, the chairlift. More or less the same gentle rides before, except we have the spiral slide now. More the same kinds of roller coasters that we're used to from the previous videos. The twist and the aforementioned go-karts. 2 different types of water rides. And 3 different types of stalls, which still no kiosk. That's annoying. In any case, let us begin. So you all know the drill by now. We just need to rush the funding until we get the kiosk, and then from there we can let it do its own thing. But the main question will become, how do we expand the park this freaking big? Well, we just need to utilize the camp by any means necessary. Also, can I point out the absurdity of having pathway this way when making this out of our pathway? Entrance that way and it would achieve the exact same thing? Like, why do we need to make the path system so obtuse? Please, I don't understand. At least that solves one of the issues of the spaghetti path, but it's not going to be the be-all end-all. Let's just leave it at that. Therefore, the spaghetti path to really be fixed, we are going to need a lot more stuff. Funny that you mentioned that game, because I was just about to get to that. The only good news about this being a 1,000 guest goal is the fact that it will reflect on each and every single one of the things that we do. So at least we can use that as a proper measuring stick just to see how close we are getting. But enough about semantics, it's time to actually, do stuff. Just by at least getting the camp up, we'll be able to entice more guests to the park. Right, but we really do need some better stuff. And fast. Guess we're complaining about the ones that keep us in the park. Yeah, well, guess what? Yes, I wasn't the one who built them. Why should I have to take responsibility for a path system that I didn't even make in the first place? Like, come on now. Be reasonable. At least by building those two rides, we are able to move the needle somewhat. Well, at least the information kiosk decided to show its face right off the bat. So at least that way we don't have to wander around with a bunch of ding-dongs. There, at least that way now I guess actually have something to get to. Now the research can do whatever the hell it wants. why it just blends in with the trees. This is a rather dense forest, in case you haven't figured that out. At least the good news is we are making up a pretty good chunk of the money that we're spending, which is always a good start. Pretty odd money spread if you ask me, but hey, I'm not one to complain. That will hurt the profit margins a little bit, but the money that we'll be making pretty soon here will more or less offset that somewhat. So let's just hope for the best. Two beaches stand around. Yeah, that's much better. Park rating is still pretty garbage. That's just unfortunate, really. There's not much we can really do to increase the throughput of the rides in question, but what we can do is try to shorten some of the wait times. And they can just ride to parts of town. I literally put down a fry stall. Oh, come on. Sometimes the guests in this game are just so ungrateful, and I don't really understand why. But hopefully now that more guests are starting to show up, maybe that will help us out in spite of everything. As you can tell sped up, we are at least trying to make break even or at least. Also, the good news is at least this park is much drier than the last weekend, so we're at least having something. Worse food in the country. Or worse food. Worse food. Worse food. Worse food. Who handed that thing out? Now, Gordon freaking Ramsay? Come on. That's that. Come on. You cannot be serious right now. Whatever, there's your merry-go-round. $0.40 for a merry-go-round, that is just sad. I know we're trying to put park entrance and stuff, but that is just sad. Just a teeny tiny little. Yes. That's much fun. At least this time we can build our own freaking house. It's possible that the objective will be met well before the cap does. At least making sure that we have at least some semblance of ride variety is always nice. At least the good news is at least we don't have rain ruining everything for us yet again. So you know what? I'll take whatever little songs. I probably could have built it into this, but I don't think so. Yeah, the soft gas cap is definitely not going to make it to 1,000, but with our advertising, that should be a problem. Egyptian theming? What? That's crazy. Ow. I hit my elbow on my own desk there. Sorry about that, but yeah, we got 1,000 guests before we could really do much anything. And of course, the game's going to find choose. At 2 game? At 2? Whatever. And even though I'm still kind of ticked off the game gave us the worst food award, there's nothing we can really do about it. Especially not with a park this big. But that does conclude Karts and Coasters, a somewhat difficult park, mostly just because of all the rides in play, and the fact that the game just is all too happy to complain, even though the game itself designed the park's path system and everything before we even took over, which is kind of a D move if you ask me. It's also slightly harder than the previous 2 parks we've done, but that's to be expected at this point. In any case, that concludes the festivities this episode. If you like this video, leave a like down below, subscribe if you're new, and we are approaching the end of the month now, so there'll be one more video like this soon, and hopefully you may be enticed to stick around for some Marvel madness. Whether or not that's true or not, I'll leave up to the imagination. But in any case, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Oh, ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2, where the last time we enjoyed our fun with carts and coasters and all that stuff. with spaghetti involved too. This time we return to Mel's world, not to be confused with Katie's world, as unlike Katie's world, this is in our Geskel Park, where we have a already somewhat well-established park, but the main objective for us is to expand it, and then to get 1,200 guests in the park by the end of year 3. Therefore, the hardest scenario of the month. But we all love a little difficulty every now and again, as long as it's fair. We have one type of transport ride, the railroad again. A few different gentle rides, including the maze, which is always fun. A ton of different roller coasters. There's something you don't see that often. 3 types of thrill rides, just a boat hire, and finally we start with the dang information kiosk. So let's begin. Do we even have any stalls open? Yes, but we don't have the information kiosk. That's open. So, number 1 priority, get that going. I do also want to connect the paths a little bit. There we go, that connects the paths up to the best of my ability. Why would you put a drink stall all that far out in the open like that? Like, what are we doing here? And that's a serious question too. Like, what are we legitimately doing here? That's better. At least at very it's better. I don't know if it'll be full on better, but I can at least say that I tried. I don't know what I was thinking when I did it like that, but I suppose if it works, it works. Not much I can really say about that. I'm gonna have to do this path I'm gonna have to do the path of escape path just a touch differently. Just because I don't have the proper stuff, but there we go. Easy as you like. There we go, that's a little better. This is a little because it sounds like the best thing in the world, but it's far from the worst. That's all I have to say. And after such a dry time, last time the rain has come back in full force, which is a pretty huge bummer, but not much we can really do about it. You could argue that in this case it's just a case of it being too good to be true, but that's just pessimistic. Let's be honest with ourselves, it's bound to have to eventually end. At least the good news is we can build another kiosk in the back, so that way they have better access to stuff. I don't keep building Disney Mouse a lot, but it's cheap, it's effective, and it makes sure that we get guests in the park without having to spend their arm in the way. And as I said in the previous episode, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go. That will help a little bit. If it doesn't, well, it's not the first time I've made things harder on myself. Just look at the Millennium Mines, and that's a pretty good indicator right there. Still off the ground. Huh. Okay. Southwest Gap is above 700 at this point. Makes me guess. Chairlifts? Really? Come on now. Get out of here with that. There, now that we have our advertising done with, now we can move on to some more enticing things. massive just from now. Okay. There you go. Have fun. Just frickin' do yourself. I probably could have built that a little bit smoother, and I apologize for that, but let's be honest with ourselves. Some of them knows that for being smooth. There we go. Now hopefully I'll make sure that people get to actually enjoy the freaking stuff. This gap is around 2/3 of the way there. Not too bad. 'At least now we got the soft gas cap a pretty good chunk of the way there even without advertising, so that should help out massively. Just one mechanic, yeah, that's not gonna work. Five of everyone, just be consistent. Pizza pie. Get your pizza pie. We're not going to be able to get the soft gas cap up to the 1200 required, but we can at least try to get it as close as possible. Assuming we actually get the money to do so. I could just take on that fucking problem. We could do that. You serious? Oh, you can just kiss my ass. Force me to out in the middle of bumps of nowhere just to cut costs. I appreciate that. And we're goddamn broke. Thanks, game, you fucking bellend. That goddamn bendy. Although, I couldn't just use some of my advantage like that to make it not so shit. And at least the good news is we got the soft gas cap up to 1,000, so we know for a fact that the part can handle this many guests naturally. Which is always something we like to put a cap on. Oh, get out of here with that. Bellend. There. Bloody hell. Now go on, get! %. So we have at least proven that it can handle this many guests. That's naturally. More or less. So we have at least proven that much, even if it did cause a tiny little bit of frustration. Mostly because we're alone, but I beg his effort. As May creeps up to become June, we have hit the 1,200 guests required. Right here. And we can top it off by winning the best value park in the country. So that is one hell of a capitalization. Or exclamation mark on this scenario. So, Mel's World. Oh. It is a little harder than Kay's World, but for the most part, it is is fair in difficulty. The main thing is just figuring out how to expand the park in order to sustain 1,200 guests, but overall, it wasn't that bad by comparison. And the fact that we started with the information kiosk made things so much easier, to a degree anyway. In any case, that concludes today's episode, and this is going to be the final episode of the month, as a matter of fact. But regardless, if you like the video, hit the like button down below, subscribe if you're new, and as the month ends, and we will see what happens as we head into May. Maybe whether that's continuation of this or wrapping up of AMR paths. As we will see what happens then. But for right now, as the classical Roman theme gets researched in the background, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2, where today we are introduced to the concept of DIY flags, otherwise known as the Build Your Own Six Flags Park scenario, where, as the name suggests, just starting off from this big old empty plot, we have to build our own design of a Six Flags park, here by the building rides from based off of other rides of the franchise, or just design and building our own rides, or mix both. Both is also good. Our objective is to have 1,500 guests in the park by the end of year 4, which is a pretty generous objective, to be perfectly honest. One of the hardest challenges we've had in a while, but the time limit kind of offsets it by quite a bit. We have 4 different types of transport rides, a whole crap ton of gentle rides, ranging from houses to car rides to even golf. A pretty solid selection of roller coasters. There's a good selection of rail rides, including go-karts. Several different types of water rides, and way too many stalls to shake a stick at. So let's begin. First things first, simplifying the path system. So that way it makes at least some kind of sense. And with our first couple of kiosks down, now we can actually start building our first ride. There we go. And we are well and truly underway now. And there we go. We have ourselves a bit of a baseline to work with. Soft gas cap might be 190, but I think because of our park value, most guests don't want to come to the park quite yet because I think it's too expensive to come here. A little annoying, but we're just going to make do with what we got. At least for right now. So yeah, for now we're just gonna have to be patient. And now a second guest has come. And now we actually have a park value to work with. In some regard. Starting off with the rain early, are we? Great. Well, I guess they're slowly starting to come to the park now. Yeah, the problem right now isn't the guest count. The problem right now is the park value holding us back. Which is always the case pretty early on. Especially in scenarios like these. Tell me something I don't know, game. Seriously. Tell me something I don't goddamn know. Oh, stop. Okay, now I guess we're starting to show up to the park. This just took a little while. There we go. Like I said, at this point the soft gas cap is not a problem. It's just a slow start to gas generation. That was the main objective. Try to get past. Accuse me of over-commercializing the engines all you want, but it's just a case of just filling in the gaps. Even if it is an unorthodox way of doing it. The important part is that the guests are showing up. And the soft gas cap is already up to 700, so if it works, it works. That's all I have to say. If you heard me sneeze there, I apologize. I tried to do it away from the mic. It picked up, I do apologize for that. There we go. A couple of roller coasters up and running. Oh goodness. already halfway to the guest school in terms of the soft guest camp, so as we established, that's not the problem. The problem is just getting the guests into the park. That wasn't too easy. The soft gas got this so high at this point that we don't really need that much more. Get it up to the required 1500, but at the very least we have something to build off of. I'm making this park a lot more claustrophobic than it needs to be. This guest camp is up to 1,000. That should fix our little potential. At least for now. And the soft gas gap is 3/4 of the way to the building. Getting somewhere. That's better. There we go. At least now there's a boat hire out here to extend the park out a bit. Doesn't make American super safe set up. Can't blame girl for wanting to be prepared. That is an extremely common complaint, I noticed. That is all it's just, well, excuse the hell out of me. At least now we're starting to turn a profit. Kind of. There is one thing we can do to try to fix some of the problems. Truly throughput. At least in the case of go-karts, that's easy. Just reduce it down to the lap. And of course, by the magic of pressing the button, you can at least make TVs everywhere. Just make things a little bit easier. At least now there. Excuse me. At least now there's a car right up for a little bit of variety. The gas cap is slowly getting closer to 1500. Go. Off to the races to go. DIY flags is going pretty well so far. Our gas cap quickly approaching 1500. This seems rather redundant, and that's because it is, but hey, right in our turn. We are going to need our first aid back here as well. There we go. At least we connected up a bit of the park back to itself. Kind of. You can also just do it like that, just wrap it around. That's right. So we started off kind of cramped park, has organically grown and fleshed itself out, so I can't complain too much. Especially since now we're very close to the goal, both figuratively and literally. And off it goes. Yeah, now it's really flushed out. Soft gas cap is pretty much right on near 1500. I'll never understand why this coaster is called Percolator, because the first thing you would think of when you think of percolator is a freaking coffee machine, not you know, a roller coaster. But crystal anyways. Oh, really? Oh, you people, please come. What? Please come, but... At least now the soft gas cap has exceeded 1,500, so even without advertising, now you can safely reach the goal. Not bad. Not bad at all. Times like these where I wish I could just draw in a straight line. It's like, you know, whole logic. There is some silver lining because we are well over the goal in terms of soft gas count, and we're actually approaching that goal right now. In fact, we're making so much money that we can actually start chip away at our debts. That doesn't really mean too much in the grand scheme of things, but at least makes our company value look much, much better. Since company value is basically the high score system in this game, are you really playing me? I think not. We have nearly paid off our $20,000 loan from the start, and our 1,500 guest has now disentered. before we end today's video, I do want to take care of that last one down below, and then we will get to outro stuff. I'll take care of it, because it's just price. That's ridiculous stuff. Yeah, we've become hilariously cash positive, and our loan has been paid off, so that will be the end of our festivities here today. And that brings us to the end of DIY part, DIY flags. It's a scenario that isn't too hard as long as you know what you're doing, and if you do know what you're doing, it's not that bad. Yes, the 1500 guest requirement could be a little daunting at first, but it's not that bad once you get the hang of it. And as long as you aren't a complete dummy. But in any case, that does take care of things here today. Thank you all. Thank you all for watching. If you liked this video, leave a like down below. Comment down below if you have anything on your mind. And if you want to see more stuff like this, make sure to hit that subscribe button down below as well. And this concludes our 25th episode of Season 2. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao! Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. And we're back to the RCT1 scenarios once again as we enter the mythical Mothball Mountain. And as you can tell by the description, it is forested, it is hilly, and it's going to be a bit of a challenge to build on. What's not a challenge, however, is the objective, which is roughly half that of our previous episode, which is instead of 1500 down to the measly 800. Definitely a lot more forgiving than our previous scenario. Thankfully. The ride selection is unfortunately a bit more limited. 2 different types of transport rides, only 3 gentle rides, 5 different types of roller coasters, including a really boxy looking suspended swing coaster. Then again, this is RCT1. Only the twists available, 2 different types of water rides, and a pretty paltry number of shops and stalls. Not the best selection that we've ever had, but let's just get this party started. I mean, at the very least, they give us the information kiosk to start off with, so I guess beggars can't be choosers. It does take a while for the guests to come because they come from all the way from the edge of the map, and then they have to make their way all the way here and then climb up the hill just to get there. I don't know why Chris Sawyer decided to make the path up to Mothball Mountain so long, but who am I to judge, right? It is a little weird though, let's not sugarcoat it. At least the soft gas cap's already up to 100, so we're already 13% goal, hypothetically speaking. You know, the problem is just waiting for the gas to show up. Why does it say we have 2 guests in the park? Oh, Sasha snuck into the park when I wasn't looking. Okay, fair play to you. Fair play to you indeed. Guess actually I wasn't expecting that. At least getting this merry-go-round set, you can shut their music off before you build them officially, so there's that, I suppose. We're already 20% of the way to go, and we just barely started. Not bad. Ah, screw it. Raining already. Great. I know it seems a little weird having boat hire just chilling on in a small part of the river, but hey, what? If it works, it works. Oh, this gives me flashbacks of friggin' Millennium Mines. Where I have to make, not even Millennium Mines, more like Dinky Park, where I have to make a spaghetti path. So I do apologize for that in advance. Oh great, more rain. Perhaps this is going to be a nightmare by the end. I haven't even tried to put a park yet, so it's kind of pointless to do a free entry or the half price when we're not even charging for the entry yet. now we have at least some semblance of the park. You know, I organize this park like a moron. At least the soft gas gap is halfway to the goal already, so it's just a case of just playing the waiting game. Yeah, that's a park. The only good news is I'm making this work one way or the other. This is probably one of the most cramped parks I've ever conceived, and it's not even on purpose. And our park rating is not looking good, but then again, I blame most of it on crowding, because look at this. Look at this! It's absolute madness. We're gonna need to hire some maintainers to park rate back up. Because I guarantee you this for a problem. You can take a look at the spec price. Yeah, unhappy, yes. Which is, as you know, a pretty huge problem. Hopefully now that more guests are actually getting on the rides, right, so hopefully the park rate will go back up because there's less crowd. I doubt it, but it's worth trying. Excuse the hell out of me. How the fuck is $5 too high? You are full of shit. That's why we have your advertising campaigns. But seriously, how's $5 too high? That makes absolutely no sense. This game may be my childhood, but even I can admit that sometimes it just has its faults. Let's set up the observation tower. But yeah, this has got to be the most compact park I've ever made, and for the most part, it was unintentional. So, whoops. At least the park rating went way back up, so there's at least some good things. I suppose there's no better thing to do now except just wait. In a short while later, at the end of June, we have hit the 800 guests. So as I said, this park wins the award for most cramped park I've ever been. I'm sorry, this is just. Look how little room I've used versus the whole park. I did not need to do this to myself, but yeah, what did I do? I do it to myself anyway, and make myself look incredibly foolish. But what can you do, right? But that is Mothball Mountain, a park that isn't too bad, especially compared to the last one. But if you make things harder on yourself like I have, then it is a bit of a silly challenge. I basically turned this into a hillier version of Dinky Park, which is, well, not my intention whatsoever. In any case, as the guests flow, has little specks on the bottom there, let's take you off watching. And if you like this video, hit the like button down below. And put a comment down below if you have something on your mind. In any case, thank you all for watching. I apologize for the dinky spaghetti-like park, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, where this time we have returned to the pyramids. The Pacific Pyramids, to be exact. Right? And it does take a rocket scientist to figure out why. Right? Egyptian ruins tourist attraction is ours to create into our very own thriving theme park. The guest goal is a little harder than last time, but not quite as hard as what happened in episode 25, where we still do need to get 1,000 guests in the park, but it's not as difficult as they might seem at first glance. Yes. Just the one transport ride to start off with, the same gentle rides as before, are a pretty decent selection of roller coasters, including the steeplechase and the bobsled, funnily enough. Same thrill rides before, or a more archaic version of the dinky slide. And this time we don't start with the friggin' information kiosk. That's a problem, but here we go. First things first, we are getting that kiosk as fast as possible. And second of all, I am gonna have to commit some kind of sacrilege. It's because this park starts off just a little too big. We can re-expand if we have to, but for right now, I just want to focus our attention in over here and keep at least one pyramid around for right now. Get some stalls up to get things started. Because as the saying goes, build it, and if you build it, they will come. I am stupid. I am stupid. I am stupid. Just completely switch to the old switcheroo. That's embarrassing. Well, this is gonna be a goddamn problem, though, isn't it? May work in the end, though, at the very least. I think that's the kiosk, because I want to put this XP wrap. I don't have to. soft gas cap's already a quarter of the way there. It's not even a complete square. Are you serious? Oh, come on. Looks like we're gonna be in for a bit of a ride if the game's not gonna want to cooperate right off the bat. I see that you have your priorities all mixed up there, game. I'm just gonna have to essentially speed things up until the game gives me the information else. I'm sorry. Because, like I said, I'm not dealing with this game's nonsense. There you are. Why in the good graces would you want to hide the kiosk that long? I will never understand. I don't think I ever will understand. It's like part of the country is pretty easy to walk in. The soft gas cap's already halfway there. No, I don't have both tabs there. As soon as I know it's researching the next stall line, then I'll fix the research. Advertisement is commence. Excuse me. There we go. So now the game can just research whatever the hell it wants. My problem is just the sheer lack of variety that we have to work with at start. There we go. That's much better. And they're just docking at the pyramids now. At least we put the S back in pyramids. At least no one can say that's false advertising, because there are at least 2 pyramids. Call it a technicality if you want, but that's better. At least that way next get her better. Don't mind if I do. Discount and campers. Oh, got caught up on the sand. Really, game with the big suspended coaster? That's like one of the worst coaster types in the game. That's like a cool joke, right? But if you insist. Why is that so bad? Get the Southwest cap up to 1,000. That's supposed to affect that right down. But that is enough. Now switch for 1,005th compressed. It does take long until next case. Also, I just not know this car ride just completely halts when there's a problem. It's just everyone's just stuck there. They're like they're on the freeze frame. That's a little creepy. But that is Pacific Pyramids. A park that isn't too bad, even though we had to pretty much get rid of the initial layout to make this layout work. Hey, if it works. As I always say, if it works, it works, and it certainly did work here. And as I pay off the half the loan and go into debt, that will conclude things here today. And definitely a little harder than the ones that we've seen before, but it's not that bad, not by any stretch of the imagination. But in any case, thank you all for watching. If you liked the video, hit the like button down below, and comment something if you have something on your mind. Write down in the comment section down below. Well, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Oh, hope you enjoyed the sunny weather scenario too. In any case, ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. Where today we actually get to start with a park that is already developed. Here at Crumbly Woods. Which, as the title says, is a rather large park. But the rides here have not aged particularly well. Well, we can either replace old rides or just work with them, add new rides, and turn the 646 guests into 1,200 by the end of year 3. Alright. We start off with just the one transport ride, several different gentle rides, several different roller coasters, just a pirate ship, which is weird, just a boat hire, and a pretty decent selection of shops and stalls. So here we go. You really gotta have the information kiosk like right up front. And as you see, we already start well over the cap, so we're gonna have to do something to fix that. Their main objective right now is just increase the soft gas cap, not to compensate for the current gas that we do have. Oh, what the? It goes the other way? Are you kidding me right now? This seems soft gas cap up above our current number, I guess, isn't too hard. Really, the hardest part is just figuring out where to expand the park. Or if we just have to rely on good old advertising. Now that we have secured our income flow, oh, now we can really get to work. Of course, it's not right in the account. That's why I wanted that. Yeah, we make money really. Jesus. At least we pay off our loan. Oh, really? Because of that. So you mean to tell me that I built a information kiosk next to information kiosk? Just because I can see for freaking trees. Because of the advertisements, we don't necessarily need to worry about the cap quite as much. Again, the safest part of the country is one of the easiest and worst in the game. It doesn't take that much. pizza pie. Talk about being hilariously cash positive, my goodness. Six and a half minutes? That is excessive as hell. Oh, I'm sorry. As soon as we put down what is basically crumbly pizza, our 1200th guest arrives. And already, that's the end of Crumbly Woods. Much needed breather considering all the build from scratch parks we've been dealing with recently. And although building your own park is a lot more fun, there's something so nostalgic about taking a park and improving upon it. And Crumbly Woods does a pretty good job of doing exactly that, even if I didn't have to do all that much to get the park across the finish line, per se. But in any case, that concludes today's episode. So, if you liked the video, hit the like button down below and comment down below, as well as if you have something on your mind. And if you want more videos like this, make sure to hit that subscribe button as well. In any case, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2, where today, as you can see, we're on a frickin' pier. Here, in the middle of the ocean, next to a sleepy town, as it says, and it is indeed a big pier. There is one big problem, though. The objective is very simple: get only 600 guests in the park by the end of year 2. Almost as easy as Forest Frontiers in terms of guests per year. However, we only have construction rights over the park, which means we're just going to have to make do with what we got. Big water, big pier, big implications. What can I say? We have no transport rides, only free gentle rides. It's free roller coasters, which I don't know how you can fit roller coasters onto a pier, but okay. Hey, one twist, one water ride, which is sort of self-explanatory, I guess. And a decent amount of shops and stalls, but importantly, no information kiosk, which is, well, annoying. And our first guests are already showing up, so That's just lovely. This scenario, and the best way I can describe it, is just weird. Are we seriously doing this right now? I suppose the only good news is at least the rain is being at least somewhat quiet. But it's still here, unfortunately. Pretty much the only way we're going to be able to do this is just through advertising, more or less. That's because there's basically no way we can really do much about this. Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about earlier. How can you even fit a roller coaster or onto a tiny ass ledge like that? Like, that doesn't give you a whole lot to work with. Which is frustrating. Damn it. I'll put a little bit more thought into it, but if we're being honest, this park is weird. And I mean weird with a capital W. Like, this is one of the few parks that just relies on. It just relies on the concept of, you know, construction rights. Considering this is RCT1, one I have to give the 1999 Incrusator credit for, you know, trying. At least the guests are starting to pour into the park. Bit by bit. Like I said, the main challenge is just trying to work with the construction rights, which is not particularly easy. Lagoon, as if there's not enough water in the park to begin with. And considering the fact that the goal is only 600 guests, it's definitely gonna go by quick. Regardless of if the kiosk shows up or not. I'm hoping it does, but you never know for sure. Yeah, great job. You gave me the thing that can't even fit. The kiosk does show up. But by now, we're already 2/3 of the way to the goal. And I honestly have no idea how this was conceived in the same way, because this is just, I'll say it again, this is just weird. Weird. At least we're able to squeeze in old timers. And of course it starts storming. What am I for? At least the good news is, other than the pure power rain, at least it's not. At least the thunder effect isn't playing. Never mind. Never mind. I just had to tempt fate, didn't I? Our self-guess cap is barely over a half of the way there, but at least now people can buy maps and stuff. Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to say about this scenario, unfortunately. As I said previously, this scenario is just weird. It is just unbelievably weird. Which is why I'm very glad that the 600 guests decided to come along and put us out of our misery. Well, not misery, but you get what I mean. The company value is just 30 grand. Because the park value is worth peanuts. So, that was Big Pier. One of the scenarios of all time. There's nothing else I can say about it, and as they always say, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So I will just end the video here. Thank you all for watching, and if you like this video, hit the like button down below, and comment down below if you have something on your mind. In any case, thank you for sticking with me for this weird scenario, and thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video. Ciao! Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2, where today it is the third challenge of the season, and for today's adventure, as you can see, somebody has decided to send me a wintry themed game scenario, despite us being into June now. Although I suppose for you people who are watching this in the Southern Hemisphere, this would be right up your alley. Welcome to the Winter Wonderland, where we have been tasked with building a park in, well, a wintry wonderland. And to promote the sanctity of winter. Guess this person really likes winter. I don't blame him. Money is no object, which means we can build whatever we want without financial restrictions, but our park rating will be more important than ever, as, according to the description here, it's going to be harder to maintain than usual, which is not fun. Neither is the objective with that too. 2,000 guests in the park without letting the park rating drop below 700 at any time. So, definitely a little harder than our previous few scenarios, but it's a challenge that we're willing to take, so let's see what we're working with. We have two different types of transport rides, not bad. A few different gentle rides. It's a whole crap load of roller coasters. That's really good stuff. 3 different types of thrill rides, including the go-karts, which just recently received a pretty big update. 3 different types of water rides, and a pretty good amount of stalls, including the information kiosk right from the start. Clearly, whoever sent this in listened to my critique from episode 20, which I can very much appreciate. Okay. So, excuse me. Without any further ado, let us get this party started. First thing, of course, is set up 2 information kiosks, one in front of each entrance. And I don't know why they include the ATM if money is no object, but you know what? I'm not going to complain too much. But yeah, we have to get 2,000 guests to the park naturally because, With money being no object, you know what else that means? Means there's no such thing as advertising. This tends to be the case, let's be honest, but it is a little wonky. It's raining already. Okay, what in the hell is that, Shiplock? Whatever. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. Clearly whoever set this in was really wanted to try to squeeze as much stuff as possible. Do I blame him? No, but it is a little crazy. Not me to nitpick, it's just like, whoa, okay. Do like that, then we might as well just add another square. have 130 gas, but yeah, our soft gas cap is much, much higher. This might wind up being a little bit longer than usual episode just because of restriction. So to say. I guess it's 2,000. Our goal is 2,000. And our soft gas cap is 21% of the target. Also, a bit of a fun fact on our little cuddly Woody here. This was inspired by the Pokemon Ano, and by the time you watch this video, Ano Day, which is May 31st, because of its Dex number, or that day will have already passed, unfortunately. But now you know where I got the inspiration for this coaster from. But happy belated Ano Day to all who observe it. I will give Chris Sawyer and Co credit. It does look very convincing as a haunted mansion. There we go. I gotta screw myself by making this a proper rectangle because jump. Oh, well, you just shut up. There, that should help. in and not even a fifth of the way through the game. Strap yourselves in, folks. We're gonna be in for a long one. Can't remove trees in this scenario? Okay, that's a problem. I suppose it does make sense, but at the same time, I'm just like, what? Okay. I was not expecting that. Wow, I really put that restroom in a fucking crap location of it. That just really... At least that's good. Are you serious right now? At least we're starting to feel things little by little. And the soft ghost gap is still not even halfway to the goal. Oh dear. I don't think this map is particularly balanced. I think it's alright. You need a challenge in this map. It's not. And yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. Go karts have a lot, and I mean a lot more tracks now. maybe, maybe in future episodes I'll get to show off or what makes the build card so much better now, but for now, that's just gonna have to do. Especially since the second best cap is being monotonously slow. You know what they say, just because that's what it is. Now it's not the best guy has a reason to, be high. Maybe for some cheesy methods, but it's fair enough. Go. Maybe long as hell, but certain dark nothing. Oh, will you just stop? This guy should be lucky that I'm doing the places and stuff at all. Go. That's the go. It's a little bit around here. Oh, it's very. There we go. Okay, Okay, things should be starting to get a little bit more on track now. Well, hypothetically. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Okay, now that all three trains have screwed off. And the soft gas cap is finally starting to approach the goal, even if I had to go to unorthodox methods to do so. "25 seconds, Jesus. Bring that down a little bit." Then they would flashback. Bring that down. At least the good news is the soft gas cap is almost there. The bad news is the number of guests that we have in the park is nowhere near that number. Oh dear. Okay, that's concerning. That's yourself a little predicament. Hopefully. And it does. It's up to almost 2,000. $24 rides. Jeez. They're getting that roller coaster about, oh, that should help. Should be the key. Why wait so long? Some of these waiting times on these coasters make no sense. At least now, we only need to build like one more ride, and we should be good on the soft gas cap. That's just a case of just getting guests in the park, and then we should be good. There we go. Let's speed up a little bit, we unlock the bobsled. Not particularly what I call a great, not particularly what anyone would call a good coaster type, but considering that money is no object and all that fun stuff, I don't think anybody really cares. Especially, as I said, in a park like this. We have hit the soft guest count, up to 2,000. Now it's just a case of getting 900 more guests in our park. Definitely easier said than done. If there was ever a roller coaster that was set the record for biggest vomit machine, this roller coaster would definitely be near the top of the list because it is a monster. What a lot of crap. Do these guys have anything better to do other than complain? Because I don't think they do. All due respect, but that is just so demeaning. At least the soft gas cap is above 2,000, so we don't really care too much. It certainly does get on some person's nerves on that. a little bit more. We're up to 13. Yes, so we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And guests are still complaining. Ain't that a big old ball of wax? Year one in this episode, so we are still not at the goal. In fact, this video has been going on for almost 45 minutes now, and we have still yet to make the goal. So, I do apologize for the length of this video in advance, but not much you can do when you have a scenario like this. I'm not complaining about the difficulty, it's actually pretty fair and stuff. The problem is just the fact that without advertising, you can't do shit. And even if you could do shit, there's not a lot you can really do. It's just waiting. Yes, I'm sure some of you may have known. I'm not a very patient person. I'm patient when I want to be. I certainly don't like being patient. I certainly do not like having patience forced down my throat. If you know. If you don't know what I mean, that's fine. But if you do know what I mean, trust me, I sympathize. I'm just gonna have to start speeding things up until we get closer to the goal. Or at the very least until the game's like, slow down! Down, I can't handle this many guests. I mean, in fairness, we're still going at like, I believe it's times 8 speed or times 16 speed. One of the two, but we are going faster than usual. So, I'm just gonna try to speed things up just so that way everyone doesn't get too antsy. Although I can make the jump a little bit easier for her or staff. I'll try to make this a little bit easier for him. Slowly, and I do mean slowly. We're slowly starting to get there. Maybe use this gas machine, but not easy up, but honestly, very good. Now we just wait some more. And finally, after towards the end of June 2, we finally started to make our way towards the goal. I don't know why I do the same thing. Like, what am I doing? There we go. June 29th when we finally get 2,000 guests. I have a pretty good comfortable rally with that too. And then of course King Rex breaks down afterwards. What a way to end it. What a way to go out. What a freaking way to go out. Oh, and of course. I've heard it raining on here. I've heard it raining on it's almost bright, but this is ridiculous. But in any case, that does conclude the Winter Wonderland scenario. And unlike my previous scenario back on Lothal Mountain, and that's one of my least notable things, I did at least try to use a lot more of the space of the park, even if it meant just waiting and eventually caving in and speeding things up. But overall, this is a much better scenario than back in episode 20, but without advertising, this video went on for a lot longer than I expected, and I do apologize for that. In any case, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao!